assault, they spread all across social media. And it wasn't long before everyone was talking about it, especially those in the fighting community like boxer Ryan Garcia, saying, "This is probably the worst thing I've watched in a minute. Like, seriously, what was bro thinking?" And remember, Rampage Jackson, his father, was also streaming, and here's his reaction to that clip of the assault.
Let me see it. He broke his face. Hey, is he gonna get banned for it? That's really bad? That's what Chad was saying. The channel was bad.
And while he initially looked shocked at the video, he later on went to say that Psycho Stu was stupid for hitting his son.
This is what happened, Chad. He went to a pro wrestling event with his coach. The pro wrestling guy don't know my son, and he hit him over the head with like a can or beer can or a bottle or something. And my son didn't know it didn't know it was coming. And he hit my son over the head. I guess he thought my son was a pro wrestler or something. And then he asked my son, "You ain't gonna sell it?" So because they hit my son is stupid.
In fact, the father didn't really seem surprised by Raja's reaction at all, because this incident resurfaced an old clip of Rampage saying that he didn't save up for college tuition money for Raja, but instead bail money.
Raja and his oldest son whole life, I knew them two wasn't going to college. And my two Japanese kids, I knew they was going to college. So I saved up college tuition for the two Japanese kids and bail money for Raja and his brother. So don't f with him. If you go to jail, I'm just going to bail him out.
What a family. But it didn't take long for Rampage to backpedal, as he quickly follows up with a new statement where he also provides an update on Psycho Stu's condition, saying, "I want to clear up the misinformation about my son Raja. I've confirmed that the wrestler Stuart Smith, aka Psycho Stu, is awake and stable. Raja was unexpectedly hit on the side of the head by him and was told that he could get his payback in the ring. It was bad judgment and a work that went wrong. Raja is not a pro wrestler and had no business involved in an event like this. I don't condone my son's actions at all. He suffered a concussion from sparring only days ago and had no business doing anything remotely close to physical contact. My main concern now is that Mr. Smith makes a speedy recovery. I apologize on his behalf and to Kick for the situation." And Nox Pro came out stating that it was supposed to be a planned and agreed upon wrestling spot, but what ended up happening was egregious and reprehensible. It's also worthwhile to note that Nox Pro has been removed from all WWE branding on their promo material, which is pretty big when you consider that Nox was started by WWE Hall of Famer Rikishi, which is famously known for having this guy Vince kiss his butt on live television. And like I said previously, this was being called out by pretty much everyone on the internet in the past few days. It even caught the attention of Mr. Beast, who donated $10,000 to a GoFundMe in support of Stu. But this also brought a whole nother issue to light for a lot of people, which is the culture surrounding streaming in general, with Ryan Garcia and retired UFC fighter Ben Askren saying, "This needs to be a serious conversation about streaming culture. It's getting out of hand. People love watching dumb shit, so they battle to see who can do the most stupid shit." And we have definitely been covering that here on this channel for a while now. So in my opinion, they're completely right, as less than a week before this event happened, Kick took some massive heat after someone on their platform passed away live on stream in France. But that's a discussion for another video. So now, what happens to Raja? Well, when you live stream yourself assaulting someone, there's going to be consequences. In fact, the LAPD has reportedly launched a felony battery investigation, and it's honestly not looking great for Raja, as he was just arrested on felony charges now as of the 18th of September. But at this point, it seems like we've had all the information and we were just kind of waiting for the investigation to unfold. But then an interview was dropped that exposed an entirely different and potentially darker sides of the whole thing. Earlier, we talked about Doug Mallow, the guy who jumped in to save Psycho Stu's life. Well, Doug and another wrestler, Ian Morgan, both went up on the Scaling Up podcast, and they did not hold back against Raja. Doug even says that he genuinely believes that Raja would have not only killed Stu, but him as well.
Do you think he wanted to continue beating up Stu?
I think he would have killed him.
If you didn't stop it, right?
I promise you he would have killed him. He would have killed me if he would have got the best of me. If he would have took my legs out from under me like he was trying to, he was going to do the same thing to me that he did to Stu. I'm telling you to calm down. I'm not even fighting. I'm not even being hostile. And then you punch me in the eye after we're breaking it up, you loser. You want clout, so you beat up a guy that's half unconscious. You punch a guy that's trying to break up a fight and not even trying to fight you. I wasn't even trying to hurt you. The is wrong with you?
So he recounted the horror of seeing Stu in the ring while women and children were crying in the crowd. He also brought some very cold claims, saying that AJ Mana, Raja's friend in the cowboy hat who incited the violence, actually had previous beef with Psycho Stu and brought a volatile Raja there on purpose, more specifically to do his dirty work.
But the fact that they told you to watch out and, you know, be ready, and the fact that this had nothing to do with any of the storylines kind of shows that this was premeditated, right?
I think the premeditation part comes on the side of AJ Mana. You brought somebody that was volatile, that you knew had issues.
So real quick, that's the friend of Raja who brought him to the
That's the small calf, small chicken legs with the cowboy hat. Let me put it this way. I don't like Raja. I think Raja's a person for what he did. But I think AJ's a bigger person for gassing him up to be in that ring, to leading him to ruin his own life, to hurt somebody that AJ also has a problem with.
He was basically trying to put the blood on someone else's hands.
Exactly.
And that's not even the craziest thing that's brought to light here, as the other wrestler next to him, Ian Morgan, proceeds to leak messages from a Nox Pro group chat. Ian alleges that upper management are actively encouraging people from their camp to not cooperate with law enforcement, with the text saying to not engage on social media and to fly low. Then saying if contacted by law enforcement or an attorney to first come to Nox Pro for guidance on how to address them. Huh.
The most disgusting thing, which is the reason I ultimately decided to be present for this, people at this school are being encouraged to not cooperate with the police. From what I hear, the police were there investigating the scene shortly after Stu was removed, and there has been multiple requests that have gone downstream from upper management to not talk with the police directly if they are contacted, and to only let a certain group of individuals interact with the police. That is extremely dishonest. You guys let your friend almost die, and now you're trying to have people lie for you. And you, to every single person who replied to them, yes, sir, you are all weak sacks of and I hope you rot in hell.
Which, kind of seems like obstruction of justice to me, if that's true. I don't know, though. Ian did say that this was dishonest, and that's definitely putting it lightly if that's true. It's an awful look for the Academy when they're not protecting their talent who's supposedly been there since day one. And this could also have something to do with the fact that it took over a month for them to finally arrest Raja. But let's also talk about AJ Mana, since Doug accused him of quite a lot here. AJ ended up coming out with a statement of his own on Instagram, claiming that he was speaking in character when he was then giving Raja the advice
10 years later.
You shouldn't be doing something like that anymore.
What do you mean? I'm making a lot of money from this.
Yeah, but at what cost? You're selling your dignity here, and it's not worth it. There are other ways to make money without doing something like that.
Shut up, bro. I know what I'm doing. Don't you ever come back to me saying stuff like that. Life is boring. I should be rich like others. I may need to do leverage trading. Also, for that, I need to learn what leverage trading is. Let's do it. To earn money, I should first learn what leverage trading is, and after that, I need to invest my money. I am a genius man. I should think smartly.
In this video, I will show you one of the absolute most powerful day trading strategies that I have ever seen. This strategy is a high leverage trading strategy, and it has the potential to over 2000x the initial account balance. The strategy contains of 3 key elements. The first key element to the strategy is to use the most
Okay, now I have learned everything, so it is the perfect time to do some market research. There is a rumor that Elon Musk will buy Twitter, and if he adds Dogecoin as a payment option, it will go to the moon. I should take 100x leverage and buy long.
The next day.
I should hold it and take more leverage to earn more. I can't wait for tomorrow morning.
Meanwhile.
Sir, Wojciech is happy with leverage trading.
I will take care of it.
Hello boss. How can I help you?
Tweet about not buying Tweet.
Consider it done.
It was my whole month's salary. I should invest my life saving now and buy short at 125x leverage.
Hello boss.
Buy that fucking Twitter thing.
Okay boss.
Clim. Launch the missile.
Launching Edge Cock Killer 221.
Come on, get that money. It has been 2 years since the infamous cryptocurrency crash back in 2022 when Bitcoin fell below $20,000. Today in 2024, we see a new age as our friend Wojak is sleeping in his low-budget apartment. It has been over 5 years since Wojak started working a job at McDonald's in pursuit of buying a new Tesla, becoming a Waggy. Ever since he lost half his life savings after buying Bitcoin in 2021, he decided to become a wage cuck and work 10 hours a day every day without taking any holiday off. He did all of this just to buy a new Tesla worth $100,000. However, today is not any day. It is May 22, 2024, the day after Bitcoin halving occurred. Wojak, being the ignorant Waggy he is, did not read anything about cryptocurrency since last 2 years, but now he finally turns on TV to watch today's news.
Hi everyone, welcome to CNN. El Salvador's President Nayib Bukele has been summoned today by the world leaders as El Salvador becomes one of the top 5 financial economies of the world. Since its purchase in 2021, Bitcoin has risen many times higher in terms of value, and since the halving occurred, Bitcoin is now trading at $250,000. Join us later today as he delivers his historic speech.
Flashback. Back in 2022, Wojak infamously sold his Bitcoin at $20,000 and acted like a smug as it went to $17K. He drove around his low-budget car like a Chad, thinking he was really smart. As he kept coming across news of El Salvador's president keeping on buying Bitcoin, while the price kept falling, he called him an idiot who is going to destroy his country's economy. Wojak thought that cryptocurrency is dead and will never come back.
End of flashback.
Today, in 2024, Wojak stands at absolute shock seeing Bitcoin at $250,000, which is over 8 times the price at which Wojak sold. While Wojak sits with a crying face on his couch, El Salvador's president starts speaking.
What is up, my people? It has been 2 years since I risked my country's economy buying Bitcoin law. Morons who called me an idiot for buying Bitcoin, while they sold theirs, must be feeling really smart right now, lol. This is why you will forever work at McDonald's, deserving to be the wage cuck you are. History and time has always favored diamond hands. Look at the life these pathetic wage cucks are living right now. Doing the same thing every day again and again, while my country's people are rich as hell. Remember, there will only ever be 21 million Bitcoin in existence, as opposed to billions and trillions of fiat. Over 99% of the world is just dumb who does not know anything about Bitcoin and how it works. All the idiots who sold Bitcoin in 2022 now go to work 10 hours a day and get their precious paycheck every month thinking fiat is king. Prime XBT even offered you $7,000 in bonus if you use the code WATCHAC to sign up on their platform, but you chose to ignore that. I hope this becomes a lesson for history books to be learned in future generations. Do not think with a banana in your head. Money is made with long-term investing vision. Printers will keep on printing, but Bitcoin's supply will always be scarce. Fiat will lose all of its value and never redeem itself. Inflation will kill everything. Look at my friends Chad and Boomer now. They are all multi-millionaires. Michael Saylor is now the richest man in the world. Many would argue they are not the smartest people in the world or have any special skills, but all they have is diamond hands. They drive Lambos every day with hot girls partying all day while you sit on your couch praying your boss does not fire you today. Bitcoin is the future, and fiat inflation would.
The historic speech was cut midway by a very wrecked Wojak who is now feeling really dumb after selling his Bitcoin in 2022. But Wojak is still happy. He will finally achieve his dream of buying a new Tesla after all these years. Wojak heads out to Tesla showroom with his precious $100,000 wage savings. As he is about to pay the money, the cashier tells him that the Tesla is now worth $150,000. This is due to 50% fiat inflation that has sucked the life out of all wages around the world. Wojak walks home in depression. Let this be a lesson to everyone out there. Money is made believing in yourself and the technology that will disrupt the future. Don't think with a banana in your head. You have an opportunity of a lifetime. Make use of it and become the millionaire you very much deserve to be.
Pivoyak, is your Doge up 100x or back to where you started 1 year ago? P dumped Doge again and he will keep pumping all crypto except Doge and all Dogecoin. BRB, super busy making money in this crypto super cycle.
We are going to the moon.
I'm so ready for this moon trip. Feeling too rich today. Should I buy Twitter?
Hi sir, who are you?
I am Twitter and I need to see Musk.
Do you have proof that you are Jack Dorsey?
A woman is someone who identifies as a woman. Also, shadow bans are not real.
Right this way, Mr. Dorsey. Mr. Musk will be right there.
Hi Mr. Musk, I see you are going to buy Twitter?
Yes, I was thinking I will buy it, and then use it to pump my beloved Doge.
That is a cute thought, but do you know someone is planning to dump it?
What the hell are you saying, Jack? No one can ever dump my Doge.
It is Bogdanov. Sorry Mr. Musk, I am not Jack Dorsey. I am Wojciech who has been targeted by this person since start of my trading career.
What the hell? How can my receptionist let you in? You are talking no sense intruder.
Please believe me. I have proof of this man.
He dumped Doge again and he will keep pumping all crypto except Doge and all Dogecoin.
This man Bogdanov knows no one. He keeps dumping Doge and all dog coins every time.
This is very concerning. I thought Bogdanov was going to help me pump Doge, but he is planning against me.
He needs to be stopped, Sir Musk.
I know exactly what to do, my friend Wojciech. Follow me. My friends, we need to stop Bogdanov. My friends, we need to stop Bogdanov. I need your help to make it happen.
You do not have to ask me twice. I will raise interest rates on this Bogdanov coin and incur a recession.
We will talk to Chinese Shopada Opa and make them dump this Bogdanov coin Shopada Opa.
Mind your Elon, I will seduce Bogdanov, take him away, and shit on his bed like I did with my ex Johnny Depp.
I will start a war on everyone and destroy everything.
Wait, what did he say?
Thanks for the help, my friends.
This is amazing work, Mr. Musk. I want to help as well. What should I do?
Wojciech, you have to do the most important part in this plan. Take my Prime XBT referral link and join it. Use code Wojciech so we get a 7% extra bonus up to $7,000. It's all yours. Once you do this, I will add all my money in an account, and you have to dump this Bogdanov coin with highest leverage. Do you understand the plan?
Understood, boss. I feel like James Bond.
We raise interest rates by 1,000 BPS. To hell with fuel and anyone else.
I need your money to dump a coin. Give IT to US apes.
You have Italian. I will airdrop profits from this to our holders.
It's our time. We go to war. To hell with the world and to hell with crypto. Message 2.
Oh my god. Who is this Otir? No wait, he should focus on super cycle and pump my coin. Damn it, why is such a hot lady walking towards me? He need to focus.
Hi there, handsome. You seem rich. Wanna go to my room?
Sorry woman, I am busy. He need to do important work and move the market.
Why don't you move your body around my body first, handsome?
Guess he can take a small break. Let's go, my lady.
Give me 2 minutes to get ready, my love. Commence the operation, dear Elon.
Good work, Amber Turd. Wait, I mean Amber Heard.
It's done, Mr. Musk.
Wait dear, give me 5 minutes to see who is disturbing me at this hour.
Sir, are you there?
Why you must disturb me now, stupid kid? He was very busy.
Sir, everything is going wrong. Suddenly the whole market dumped and Doge is pumping crazy. Our 2AC capital is wrecked.
What?
Yes, sir. Please check.
Who is this?
How is your Bogdanov coin doing? Is it pumping?
Is it you, Voyak? Did you do all this?
Get wrecked, Bogdanov.
Damn, it's Sunday. I promised Mom and Dad that I will visit them for lunch on Sunday. Guess I should get ready for it. Hey Dad, I am here, what are you up to?
Welcome, Wozak. Meet my childhood friend Josh. I'm meeting him after 7 years.
Hey Josh, Dad has told me a lot about you.
Oh really? What did he tell you about me?
Before I get into that, I want to ask you if you know about Bitcoin.
Come on, Wozak, not again.
I am about to give you the best advice of your life. I bet nobody has given you such advice ever in your life. Not a single person. Buy freaking Bitcoin.
Why should I buy Bitcoin? It's a scam.
Watch your words, old man. The US federal system is a scam. I can see where you're coming from. You don't know shit about how money works. You're just as dumb as my dad when it comes to money.
That's enough, Wozak. I called you here for lunch and not to start with your Bitcoin thing again. You can leave. No one wants to have lunch with you. Go share this Bitcoin knowledge with someone who gives a shit about it. We will stick to gold forever. Right, Josh?
Hell yeah. I must say your son doesn't seem to be as smart as you are.
I'm leaving. Have fun staying poor, you freaking boomers. Amanda, I am so frustrated right now. I want to meet you right now. Let's meet at the McDonald's near your apartment.
What happened? Are you okay? I will meet you there in 15 minutes.
I'll tell you once we meet. Bye.
15 minutes later.
Seem really frustrated. Is everything all right?
Dad called me for lunch and then kicked me out for no absolute reason. I just don't know what's up with this man.
But why did he do so?
I just told him that he should stop investing in gold and start investing in Bitcoin.
Please don't get started with your Bitcoin thing again, Wozak.
You too, Amanda? Really? I thought you'll heal my pain, but you're hurting me even more.
I'm sorry, Wozak. I didn't mean to be rude to you, but why don't you understand it's not about Bitcoin all the time? Anyway, I'm sorry. Let me order something for you.
Stop. Don't order anything here. You should better invest your money into Bitcoin. I swear you will be happy in 25 years from now that you invested your money into Bitcoin rather than eating a burger at McDonald's.
Ag, I just can't deal with you, Wozak. It's getting too much now. I was doing this for you, but you're starting with your Bitcoin moon thing again. I'll leave now and I will only come back once you apologize. I am booking a cab back to my home now.
10 years later. One hour later.
Wow, this is crazy. They are really giving $7,000 in bonus if you use the code WOYAK to sign up on Prime XBT. But I have no money left thanks to Doge. Life is not worth living. What's the point of even staying alive like this when I keep losing?
I'll be dead before I'm gonna give up! Even if you're ready to call it quits, I'm not giving up ever!
All of this must end. I am done with crypto. I need to become a better man. I have finally become a Giga Chad. All I need now is a queen.
Several months later.
I was wrong about Doge, but this coin cum will go to moon. No one can stop it.
Come to bed, honey. I'm waiting.
Maybe this time it will be different.
Bogdanov, Woyak is back. He bought.
Dump it.
Ah shit, is it Monday already? I have had such a bad hangover because of yesterday's crazy night. Crypto trading guru on YouTube said you should not day trade every day, so I will not trade today.
Brains do things when they don't always want to. I think that's what separates good from great. There are days you're not going to want to do it, sure. And everybody has those days. But it's what you do on those days.
You know 0 people on Earth that have been really successful that haven't put in the work. 0.
Damn. This looks so tempting, even though my crypto trading guru on YouTube said that we should not trade every day, but he also said that we should never miss an opportunity to make money, and I am smelling a huge opportunity. It already rose 8% in the last 15 minutes, I think it will keep going up. I should open a long position at 5x leverage. I am pretty sure it will go up at least 2% more, and I will close the long when it goes up by 2%. Ha, I knew it, I predicted it so well. I just made a quick 10% gain in a few seconds. I always knew I was born to trade, this is the easiest money on the planet. I don't really get why people work their ass off to make money, why just not every person in this world starts day trading, huh, dumb people. Bitcoin is up 10% in a few minutes, I think it will go even higher. Well, I will just close this long when Bitcoin goes 5% higher from here. I promise myself. Damn. I am so lucky today, no, I mean I am so good at trading. I really think this should go high by another 5% now. I swear I will close the long when it goes up by another 5%. Holy cow. How the heck did it fall by 5%? I wished I cashed out a few seconds before, shit. Even though I am still at 10% profit, but I don't feel like closing this position right now. I think I should wait. I will 100% close this position at 5% green from here. I really hope it goes up from here now. Hell no, why the heck I opened this trade? God, please bring me back to break even. I will just close this trade as soon as it gets back to break even. I don't like losing money every day. Please God. Wow, thank God it is up again. I think I should wait a bit more and close the position at 5% rise, as it seems like the price has started rising again. This trading isn't meant for me. The game is rigged. I feel so dumb and stupid right now. I should have just closed the trade when I was in such a good profit. Why do I always get greedy and end up losing so much money? Why?
The chart doesn't look good today. I think I will just chill and have some fun today. The market looks so dry and slow today. I don't think I should be trading today. I will just chill today as well. Today the charts seem to be quite interesting. It has been almost a month since I traded. I feel like this is the right time. I should first do some of my technical analysis to be sure and also to know about the perfect entry time.
2 hours later.
Amazing, just opened a long position with 100x leverage. It should start going up from here now. Haha, 1200x profit sounds decent for today. I think it's enough trading for the month. I should go on a vacation. I already feel so tired.
What are you planning for my 10th birthday? Have you decided any—
Yes, son. I'm planning a trip to the Bahamas for us. We'll be flying first class to the Bahamas.
Wow. Are you serious right now? Please tell me this isn't a joke.
What did I just hear? Are we really going to the Bahamas? And that too in a first-class flight? Whoa, Jack, go inside your room and study. I want to talk to your dad personally.
Okay.
Honey, why are you splurging so much on a trip to the Bahamas? I think you should rather be investing this money or saving it up for Wojak's college tuition. Look at our son, he's so smart and such an excellent child.
Don't worry, babe, I'm already investing heavily into S&P 500. My portfolio is almost worth $3 million. And I have enough saved for our lovely child Wojak. This luxury trip to the Bahamas isn't going to disturb our finances at all. I'm working so hard as an engineer just so that my family can live an amazing life.
Honey, I am so proud of you.
Ha, I've got a surprise for you as well. Be ready tomorrow at 4 in the evening. I'll be back from the office and I'll take you and Wojak somewhere.
The next day.
Babe, I'm back home.
Hey honey. I'm so glad to see you back. So where's the surprise?
Damn, I thought you would have forgotten. I've got these 2 eye masks. I want you and Wojak to wear them before we go out.
Honey, you're making me scared now. What is it?
Just sit in the car with me and wear them. We're going to do something amazing. Get out of the car and then remove your eye masks.
Honey, where did you bring us?
Dad, did you bring us to some celebrity's house or what? This mansion looks so—
Haha, this is the surprise I was talking about. I just bought this mansion 2 days ago and wanted to share it with you as a surprise.
Honey, why did you have to spend so much money on this? Please don't tell me you sold your portfolio to buy this crazy mansion.
No babe, I got a promotion recently and you know the little venture I started a few months back is already doing quite well. I just couldn't resist myself from buying this beautiful house after I saw it on the market. But yeah, I didn't sell a single penny from my portfolio to buy this mansion.
Oh my god, it's amazing then.
This mansion looks so amazing. I can literally spend my whole—
Why are you waking up so late? I thought you were joking when you said you can literally spend your whole life in this mansion. I never knew I'd have to see this shitty day in my life.
Dad, seriously? Are you gonna do all of this again?
Do you really think I worked my ass off for 40 years just to see my child spend his whole day at home doing nothing at all?
Well, Dad, what's even the point of you making so much money in the past that you can't even afford to raise a child?
Raise a child? You're 35 years old, you aren't a child, Wojak. Despite making so much money, you're the reason I am slowly going towards being broke despite being a multi-millionaire in the past.
Alright, Dad, I am not going to eat anything. I am going to get back to my room.
You better find a job soon. Or else I will kick you out of my house.
Wojak, I'd like to talk to you.
Yeah, Mom, tell me, what would you like to talk about?
What are you up to these days? How is your crypto trading going for you? Your dad told me he gave you $75,000 last month to learn crypto trading.
Yeah, Mom, I bought the course for $5,000 and used the remaining money to trade using the strategies taught by the guru.
Wojak, I remember you took $50,000 from your dad for your dropshipping business and also $80,000 for your Amazon FBA business as well. Are you sure this is going to be worth it this time?
Yes, Mum. I longed for Bitcoin with those remaining $70,000, and yesterday it was sitting at $125,000. I am very sure about this. I will definitely pay back the money I took from Dad within a few days.
I can't believe this. Someone who hasn't made a single dollar in his life is making tens of thousands of dollars every day. Show it to me.
Huh?
Bruh. sir, it's been a while you haven't called me to move the markets. What is going on? Is everything fine? You rarely call me, and even when you do not speak more than a few words. What's going on your mind, sir?
I will call you myself.
But sir, it has been 6 months since you've given me any order. I usually listen to your orders and do exactly what you do, and I end up making good money too. But it's been a while since you've given me any orders. I bought a Lambo a few months back and I don't have much money left. I guess you made a lot of money during the last pump, that's why you're not moving the markets anymore.
He didn't make much, only $70 million.
70 million? The hell? I didn't even make 10% of 70 million. Sir, let's open a big short position and dump the market. We will make tons of money and I will never beg you again to move the market. Please do me this favor.
Let me think. Give me a week.
One week later.
Hello, sir. I've been eagerly waiting for your call. What's the plan this time, sir?
Open a short position tonight at 23h.
Okay, sir. And how have you planned to dump the markets this time? I mean, what is my work for the day?
Colilon, Coindesk, and all other Bitcoin publication.
Noted, sir. Which FUD are we spreading this time? And what price are we taking Bitcoin to this time?
It's a surprise for you. Just use the code word mining.
Okay, sir, I'll call them right away. And what price should I close my short position, sir?
Close it when you are satisfied.
But sir, give me a price range. At least tell me, is this dump going to be a big one or just a tiny one?
It won't be big. It would be the biggest yet.
Mr. Musk, China 11 p.m.
Got it, little master.
China 11 p.m. and convey this to all other Bitcoin publications.
Will do, as you say, little master.
What the hell? Who is texting me so late at night? Ah, never mind, I forgot I am lonely and no one texts me. It must be due to the notifications. Let me check it. Well, this looks bad. I am pretty sure the prices would have fallen really bad. I am guessing Bitcoin must have fallen by 10% after this horrible FUD. Let me check the prices. Why? Why does it always have to be me? Why do the poor people get crushed all the time and the rich people just keep getting richer? Where am I lacking?
The game is rigged.
This is the story of Vignesh Sundaresan, who spilled $69 million just to own this picture. Haha, just kidding, I own this picture. Haha, just kidding, I don't want people to spam my comment section, but this joke will never get old, lol. Anyway, I will tell you something very interesting about how this guy nobody knew about was able to spend $69 million just like that, but before I do that, let me tell you a bit more about this picture. This picture was made by Mike Winkleman, also known as Beeple. This picture is a collage of 5,000 images Mark has taken every day since 2007. The fun part is, Beeple listed this NFT initially for only $100. Yeah, right, $100. Who knew it would later be sold for $69 million? Look at the reaction of people right after he sold his NFT for $69 million.
Oh my god! 50 million! What? Oh my god!
69 million? I think it probably means digital art is here to stay.
I'm going to Disney World!
But who the hell even paid this much money for something whose auction started at merely $100? Vignesh Sundaresan, also known as Meta Calvin. This guy is just obsessed with the idea of NFTs and metaverse. But, where did he get all of this money from? Well, that is where it gets shady. He used to run a crypto exchange a lot of years back when Bitcoin was kind of new to people.
Adding that it's a pump and dump scheme like anything the world has ever seen.
In early 2014, around 50 traders posted on a Bitcoin public forum complaining that CoinZ had not returned deposited funds worth tens of thousands of dollars, despite their repeated requests. Sundaresan, using an account called CoinZ Support, responded that he would resolve the issue. 4 traders interviewed by Reuters and other traders who posted again in the public forum said their money never was returned. In interviews for this article, Sundaresan said CoinZ scaled up so quickly that he struggled to deal with customers' demands. It was a stressful time, he said. He denied deliberately withholding funds. He said deposits were intact when he sold the business in May 2014 for 315 bitcoins, about $180,000 at the time. Well, I'm not saying he purchased this NFT using money he obtained via shady ways. In the end, he's the only guy who has the answer. Anyway, I guess I'll end this video here with a serious note. This 40 30-year-old man can make $69 million by just selling an NFT, and this 33-year-old guy can spend $69 million in a JPEG, and you are sitting here doubting yourself. Believe me guys, in this crazy world, anything is possible. No matter how hard life becomes, no matter how hard times get, just don't lose hope and do not give up. If you're looking for a sign, then this is your sign. I want to see you happy. I want to see you smile. I want to see you to chase your dreams and live your life to the fullest. Have a great day.
The CPTO market is looking so dull. What is an emoji that represents yourself?
That's a tough question. I'm traveling around, so I would say airplane emoji or the earth emoji, but I would say my favorite is the sparkle one.
Oh yeah,
use
I like that one.
quite
It's a
lot.
good one.
Yeah.
What is an emoji that best describes you?
On top of my head, the only is like, That's the
I know the one. I know the one.
That's the only emoji that I can
No,
describe
that's fair
myself. I'm very free to go.
Yeah.
So I like talking to people, and that's the only reason that I stop by to talk to you.
Oh, okay.
So yeah.
What is an emoji that represents yourself?
That's a tough question. I'm traveling around, so I would say airplane emoji or the earth emoji, but I would say my favorite is the sparkle one.
Oh yeah,
use
I like that one.
quite
It's a good
lot.
one.
Yeah.
What is an emoji that best?
You know, ladies and gentlemen. Alright. Italian brain rot. Ooh boy. You know, ladies and gentlemen, I feel old. I'll be real. I feel like at this point I've peaked. I don't resonate with the children these days.
these days. There seems to be no price movement in the market, and the market has been so stable for so many months. I think I should sell all my bitcoins and just get back to my regular job to earn a steady income by flipping burgers every day. Hello sir, long time since you called me and it has been given me any orders. Benjamin busy. Okay sir, I'll call you tomorrow, and never talk to me like this. Made of money during the last bull run and doesn't need money anymore. He wish he was rich like him so he never had to mon any tomorrow. Hello sir, you call me today unbread Bitcoin ah. Ah. Joke bit 9000 impossible to believe you any sir open position no, just joy ah. Ah. Ah.
If you've been using ChatGPT to learn for the last year, you are probably dumber today than you were a year ago. In fact, there's a recent paper out from MIT called Your Brain on ChatGPT, and the results are alarming, but not surprising. Here's what they did. They separated people into 3 groups and got them to write essays. The first group used only ChatGPT, and this was called the LLM group for large language model, which are things like ChatGPT or DeepSeek or Gemini. The second group was allowed to use any other website, but AI was strictly forbidden. This was called the search engine group. And the third group used just their brain. This was the brain only group. They then compared the brain's electrical activity levels between each group using EEG analysis. Here's what they found. People in the LLM group had significantly lower brain activity, weaker brain connectivity, and lower levels of engagement. When they tested each group on their memory and the essays they produced, the LLM group had worse information recall, and they produced poorer quality, more generic work. But here is the really concerning part. Even after the LLM group stopped using AI, their levels still didn't return to the same as that of the other groups, which means there is a residual negative effect of using AI. And so what this study suggests is that the more you use artificial intelligence, the worse your actual intelligence becomes. And it's not just this study. There are new studies constantly popping up over the last year that show that higher AI use is linked to lower levels of critical thinking and learning ability. And so while everyone is worried about AI coming in to steal their jobs, the real threat is that by using AI wrong, you're actually making yourself unemployable. Now, just to be clear, I am not anti-AI. I'm a learning coach and a former medical doctor, and for the last 2 years, I've actually been developing our own learning science AI in partnership with Google. I've studied AI and I work intimately with AI development every day. But I also work with thousands of learners who use AI believing it's helping them when it's actually sabotaging their learning. And the truth is, AI is valuable, but you have to use it correctly. So how do you get the benefit of AI without sacrificing your own intelligence? Well, to answer this, we have to understand why AI is harming us in the first place. Let's think about the process of learning. There's a lot of great research out on how learning happens. And what we know is that when you receive information, and this information can come from any kind of source, when that enters into our brain has to do a series of different types of thoughts to organize this information and make it make sense. And so this is this golden step where learning actually happens, called information processing. When you do this processing really well, that's when you get a good memory, when you are able to build expertise. All the things that we want when we learn are achieved by doing this processing really well. Now, the key is that when you learn correctly, you spend a lot of time in this part. You spend a lot of time doing the processing, and this is the part that involves a high amount of effort. This is a lot of like mental exertion happening in this step. And it makes sense because to process correctly, that allows you to develop a good memory and to have deep expertise on what you learned. You can't just look at the information superficially. You have to actually actively connect to this. You have to compare that information. You have to think about it in relation to a big picture. And you have to eventually form what we call a schema of knowledge. Now, when we think about learning through something like books or lectures or just using Google search, the information is here, and the information is not exactly packaged in the easiest way for your brain to process necessarily. And so to make it make sense in our brain, we have to go through this very active process of organizing the information and evaluating it. Now, the difference with AI and using things like ChatGPT is that it seems that we are able to skip this step. We can actually bypass the processing part. So instead of having to connect it and compare it and think about a big picture, we can just go straight from having the information, prompting ChatGPT to help organize it and make sense of it for us so that it feels easier and more intuitive and simpler to understand. And all of this creates what's called the illusion of learning. And it stems from the fact that we believe that when we understand something that we read, we have learned it. And that is absolutely not true. Just because you can understand something that you read doesn't mean that the information is going to stick into your memory or that you can use that information in the way that you need to use it, especially if you need to use the information for things like complex problem solving. And so what happens is that we will use ChatGPT and other AI in order to extract information, and instead of doing all of this effortful processing, we will just prompt it again and again to make it easier to understand so that we understand it, and therefore we've fallen into the trap of the illusion of learning. We assume that we will have a better memory of this, that we will actually be able to retain it, and that we will be able to use that information with correct expertise to solve problems and make decisions. But that is not the case, because it is this process in the middle that takes effort, this processing part, doing these things, creating the schema, that actually creates the memory and the expertise. By bypassing that process, we are also bypassing the result completely. To make matters worse, when you get used to bypassing this process, your brain doesn't develop the habit of processing it effectively, which means that if a new topic has been overwhelming for you and therefore you use ChatGPT to make it less overwhelming because you don't know how to process it yourself, that topic will always be hard for you because you will never develop the skill and the thought patterns necessary to actually organize it for yourself. And if it wasn't bad enough, to make matters worse, we now also need to think about the fact that your AI is hallucinating. If you're not familiar, hallucinating means that the AI is generating text that is not necessarily true. And so if you don't already have expertise on a domain, you don't even know enough to be able to check it and see if it's true or false. In fact, if you have used ChatGPT to do some deep learning or complex problem solving, it is almost certain that you have already learned something that was wrong. And the reason I can say that with such certainty is because of how LLMs like ChatGPT are built. ChatGPT is not connected to some universal source of truth.
Thank you.
you Thank you.
It has no concept of what the truth actually is. LLMs work through a probability network. They take your context and your query, they form a probability network, and then they think about what is the most high probability word that would come next in this sequence. Recently, Apple released this white paper that has been going viral and making the rounds, which showed that ChatGPT and other LLMs are not actually capable of advanced reasoning. It's barely capable of reasoning at all beyond the most basic level. And this is not at all surprising because an LLM only knows what is a high probability word to come next in a sentence based on its training data. And so if you are trying to learn something or do some complex decision making or problem solving that is very, very contextual and very deep, and there may not be a lot of publicly available mainstream knowledge about it, then what the LLM thinks is a high probability answer can be very unreliable. On the other hand, if you do have expertise on a subject, you can check the answers that the AI gives you. You can write better questions. You can give it more specific prompts. And the result you get from your interaction with this AI is actually going to be a much higher quality than the interaction that an amateur would have. And this is ironic because it means that tools like ChatGPT don't make it so that expertise is less important. It actually makes it clearer when someone does or doesn't have true expertise, because now it is so much easier to get a middle of the road, generic, mainstream answer. I remember just a couple of weeks ago, I was talking to one of my learners who's a programmer and a data scientist, and they've been spending weeks and dozens of hours in ChatGPT trying to analyze this data and figure out what the best way to build this dashboard is. So I asked them to just explain to me at a high level, forget about what ChatGPT is telling you to do. Just tell me, what is your approach? What's your strategy? How do you see it all fitting together? And he really, really struggled. Despite having spent so long working through this data and prompting ChatGPT, he still didn't have it organized in his own head how to approach the problem. And after about an hour of discussion, we were able to get a level of clarity on this that he had never had before. And he realized he didn't even need ChatGPT in the first place. But the thing is, I completely get the sentiment. He's busy, he doesn't have time to balance his work and his life, he's trying to get ahead in his career, and ChatGPT just seems like the solution that can speed up his problem solving and help him make these decisions so much faster than he could before. And if he doesn't use it, he feels like he's going to fall behind. And I completely get that. But the thing is that using it in the wrong way could be the reason that you fall behind. And there are some other things that you should do if you do want to get ahead and you want to save time and you don't want to unnecessarily waste your time doing things that, when there is a better way to do it. And one of those things that has been proven by thousands of people over the years is my newsletter, which is completely free, where I've distilled through, with my own brain, the knowledge and expertise I've gained on learning to learn over the years. And I write them with my fingers to try to give you the type of transformation that they had for me. The type of things that allowed me to finish medical school and work as a doctor while running 2 businesses full-time simultaneously, and having enough time for family and social life. The type of unlocks that allowed me to study 10 times less than everyone else and finish a full-time master's and come first in my cohort while working 60 hours a week. And so if you are busy and you're struggling to balance your work and your life and your learning, and you're not really sure how to tackle things in the best way, then you might be interested in joining my newsletter. I'll leave a link in the description for you to sign up if you'd like. I want us to think about a different question. What if this whole problem with AI and it reducing our own intelligence is only a problem right now? What if ChatGPT version 10.0 is so good that it does give you just the truth, factual information that is perfectly organized? What if a couple of years from now, you genuinely won't even need expertise to use it correctly? You can just give it a vague, terrible prompt and it will just figure out what you want and then just deliver it perfectly for you. After all, it's not exactly a competitive strength these days to be so strong that you can pull a card and sow the fields yourself. Maybe the ability to do deeper thinking at some point will also not be necessary anymore. Well, if AI keeps developing like it's developing now, it is actually going to become the opposite. And the reason is that AI raises the standard for everything, not the other way around. Imagine you are an employer and you're interviewing someone and they tell you, I don't know how to do a Google search. You probably wouldn't hire them. But you go back 30 years and this is pretty common. At a time, it was impressive enough just to have books or be able to read. Now, it's a given. It used to be impressive to know how to use the internet really well. Now, it's a given. Once upon a time, having a university degree meant you would have a stable career for the rest of your life. Now, a university degree is just the beginning for a lot of professions. How much someone is willing to pay you depends on the amount of value you think that you can provide. So if AI is able to provide a high amount of value already, then why would someone pay you? The threshold of expertise you need to be able to bring to the table will become higher than ever. This is the impact that AI will have and is already having in the professional world. And to remain competitive, you need to understand not just how to use AI to access information, which everyone can do, or to understand what it provides you, which anyone can do. You need to know how you can use AI to develop real expertise in your brain so that when you walk into a room, you know that any AI or tool or problem that you interact with, you can produce a higher quality result than someone else. And so how do we do that? The simple solution is to come back to this diagram here. The next time you're trying to learn something using AI, pay close attention to when you enter into this cognitive bypassing. In the research, some people call it cognitive offloading. Think about when you feel like it takes a lot of effort, that things are confusing, that there's a lot of information, that it feels overwhelming, that you need to take time to think through it and piece it out. That feeling is the sign that your brain is about to start learning and building that expertise. Get into the habit of thinking about AI like an assistant as opposed to your actual brain. Use it to find you resources, to be a sounding board, to check for different types of perspectives. Maybe if there's a huge amount of information and you just want to get a quick understanding of it so that it helps your brain think about it, you could ask it to give you a simple overview. These are acceptable ways of using AI because it doesn't take the responsibility of processing and organizing that information outside of your brain. You're not offloading this. Instead, you're using the AI to save time on all the other little things so that you can spend your time on doing that deep critical thinking. If I'm learning something new, I might start with asking ChatGPT to give me a big picture summary of all the key ideas within this field. And I'll try to build a big picture understanding in my mind, and I will challenge it and I will interrogate it. Hey, you've said this, but that doesn't seem to align with this part and this part. What about this perspective? Aren't you missing this thing? My focus is not on understanding what's being generated. It's on looking for gaps, looking for connections, looking for the missed perspectives. And once I feel like I've got a good general understanding of it based on this interaction, I feel ready to ask even deeper, more specific questions. So I'll go through deeper, more specific resources like journal articles or textbooks. I'll buy additional books and read through those. I'll do that good old-fashioned, traditional, normal kind of studying because I know that that is a faster way for me to build expertise in my brain that I have ownership over and that I can retain compared to just continuing on with ChatGPT, where I'm going to reach a point where my questions are so specific and so nuanced that I can't even trust what it's telling me anyway. So use AI to make learning less tedious, less menial. It can save you time on the things that you'd normally be spending hours like searching through and looking for different perspectives. But the important thing is that if you want to learn, then mentally the effort has to be there. Do not try to escape this effort. Otherwise, you are really just escaping your goals. And if you feel like this process is really difficult and you're overwhelmed and you've never been good at it, then that's a sign to train the skill. You can get better at it. It is just a habit of thinking that you have to develop. But avoiding that by using AI is only going to make you fall further behind. And if you want to learn a little bit more on how you can train your brain to do this kind of effective processing a little bit more, then you might want to check out this other video that I have right here. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next time.
This is Sweden, the country that will pay immigrants $34,000 to go back home.
Why would you even place people to live here? You placed us in one area and then they just put all the bad things on us. We're like the scapegoat.
So Sweden has never been like this blue-eyed, blonde country. The idea of a national state is old.
We have as many bombings per capita as in Mexico.
2 people are dead in a knife attack at an IKEA store in Sweden.
Mohammed, du kommer inte upp här. Därför han högg mig med en kniv. Såg ni det?
Sweden began to experience a surge in gang violence, drug trafficking, shootings, grenade explosions, gang rapes, and other violent crimes when 163,000 migrants fled to Sweden during the refugee crisis in 2015 from countries like Syria, Afghanistan, and Iraq, leading the Swedish public to wonder if integration was possible and if the benefits of importing third world migrants were worth the diversity and cheap labor they brought. With some Swedish politicians using the rise in crime to argue for less open borders, others fear it may lead to unjust vilification of many peaceful, productive migrants seeking a better life away from their war-torn country. But does multiculturalism work? Does Sweden want more migrants? Are these migrants trying to assimilate into Swedish society? And what does it mean to be a Swede in 2024? What are your thoughts on migration?
I think it's a good thing, you know, because some people, like, you know, people from places like, for example, Ukraine or Palestine, like, they need somewhere to go. We have, like, unfortunately, the government in Sweden is a little bit, like, racist, I think.
Okay.
So,
Are there any negatives you've observed or heard of?
Yeah, of course you see all these shootings and stuff like that, but it's what it is.
Sweden is a very interesting place for multiculturalism. I lived here in 2012 and it was very homogenous at that time. I noticed, this is my first time back in 12 years, and I noticed that it's become a little bit more diverse. I'm not sure necessarily how Swedes feel about that diversity.
What specifically do Swedish people gain from the importation of third world migrants?
I mean, I work in the healthcare system and I have colleagues coming from all over the world who work, and we need those people. So for the moment, birth rates are going down, and we really need to even out the population pyramid.
I think Sweden has an obligation to let people from other places in. Let's say a refugee.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Why?
We at least did have the finances. I think that we should be a helpful country. I think it's important to be open, but I also think that we need to be responsible to the people that we are welcoming to this country to make them integrate as good as possibly can be done.
I think the general idea now in this country is that we want to be more reluctant in letting in too much because we've seen how things can escalate.
The remigration concept, I'm sure you've heard of it.
I don't think that's going to work.
Okay.
To be honest.
Do you think it'll be effective? Will people go home if offered the sufficient amount?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so. Depends on what country, and I mean, it's always a different.
So this is where things get a little more nuanced,
yeah,
right?
exactly.
I've heard that they are enacting some new things. They're trying to with like paying some people to leave. I think they have lots of room and lots of opportunity to spend their money in better ways. And I think it's already hard with getting like a personal number and things here. So I think there's a lot more that can be done for immigrants coming to Sweden.
Why is diversity good in your opinion?
I think we need skills and competence from other countries. I also think that we do get a lot of benefits from other cultural aspects. Food.
What are your thoughts on multiculturalism here in Sweden?
Yeah, it's like a big melting pot.
Does it work well?
Yeah, it works. Yes.
You consider yourself a Swede?
No.
No? Why not?
Different culture. I have different culture.
What does it mean to be Swedish?
In my opinion, Swedish means to be open, to be interested in internationalism.
I think that we should be more welcoming and like trying to get them into this society, because now it's more like they get casted out into these like cities outside the city.
All right.
And they get all like bundled up there. The government are like, oh my god, there's criminality going on.
Is there criminality, or is that myth?
It's a big problem. Yeah,
Okay.
but I think it's because these people don't get like integrated into society, so they have to do certain things to like survive and get money because the government doesn't help them, I think.
You know, it was thousands of them coming, well, 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago.
Yeah.
That
Too
was
much?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
We couldn't take care of them.
Sure. Do you think these people that are coming to Sweden are trying to integrate or not trying to integrate?
Oh, that depends on what culture they come from.
Okay.
Well, you know, in the 80s or 70s, there comes a lot of Indians from Africa.
Okay.
They have integrated very well.
Very well. First of all, where are you from?
I'm from Nigeria. I came to study for a PhD, Department of Economic History and International Relations.
So you've been here for 7 years now?
About 7 years now, yes.
Do you feel Swedish?
Not fully yet. I don't speak good Swedish yet.
Okay.
But the other thing also is that, you know, the Swedish community is not as open as many other communities. The access sometimes is not there. You have friends that you come to maybe meet at workplace or in school and things like that. But I don't think it goes beyond that in most cases. The bond is not usually there like that.
Do you think as an outsider it's tougher to integrate here?
I think so.
What are your thoughts on immigrants coming to Sweden? Good or bad thing?
I really like it.
Okay.
My wife is from Colombia.
Okay.
Yeah. Multiculturalism has made Sweden a better place compared to what it was like when I was growing up. So I'm all in favor.
Do you think multiculturalism here in Sweden works?
It is a very tough question because it has pros and cons. I have seen so many people that think that multiculturalism is diluting, you know, the Swedish culture. However, what I know as somebody that is a researcher is that culture is not static. Culture is dynamic. There are some things that even in Sweden, that Swedish people used to do 50 years ago, that when people do now, they will consider to be appalling.
Sure.
And this is what it is. Things are always changing. Multiculturalism has some advantages in that. For example, somebody like me that came for a PhD, I will consider myself to be an expert, at least in my field.
Yeah.
And that is an addition to Sweden. And there are so many that will bring their experiences, very smart people that can contribute to the system. At the same time, you have people that constitute nuisance within the system. These sort of people are not limited to the migrant community because you find very people with misdemeanor, so to speak.
Our lives are so integrated with other countries, so I think small countries especially are really depending on migration. So
Is it currently working?
not as good as I think it can do.
Okay.
It's developed the society, I think, to learn from different cultures. I think we have a lot to thank multicultural for, actually, like the food cultural, it gives job opportunities.
Yeah, I love multicultural Sweden. Yeah, I think it works, and I love diversity.
Okay.
I mean, the whole Swedish culture is based on immigration and migration from other countries and so forth. Yeah.
And if I were to move here to Sweden, could I become Swedish?
Yeah, I'd say so.
You think
Yeah.
All right.
But the thing is, that's just because you're American. If you were from another country, or you wouldn't be welcome. But since you're American or highly educated,
What are you talking
no,
about?
that's what.
No,
So if I came from Somalia, would I be welcomed?
If you were to be Somali, they would put you in like the ghetto. And
They would put me there, or I would move there because
you would move there, and since the financial issue in Sweden, like it's not very good right now, you would have to learn Swedish, and then the society would look down upon you, or would look down on you.
You have the marginalization.
Yes, and then.
And you're thinking something.
No, I agree. I understand where he's coming from. And definitely there is an issue in Sweden that we have to work on.
The gun
But
violence.
I'm happy you're talking about this because
it's something that needs to be said. It's important to get light on, yeah. But it's easy to look at Sweden. Oh, such a beautiful country.
It's very pretty.
It is. I love Sweden. But I mean, you can tell I'm not typical Swedish, but I feel I fit in.
Okay.
It's about how you grow up.
Can we get a dance before we leave? Can we see you guys? There we go. There we go. The wonders of multiculturalism. So I headed to Rinkeby, the infamous no-go zone, where the 60 Minutes camera crew got attacked and this guy fought back in his wheelchair. With 91% of Rinkeby's population immigrants as of 2018, it's a symbol of the parallel societies in Sweden, where migrants seem to live in an entirely different world than the rest of their Swedish neighbors, and some say it represents the problems that arise when migrants do not properly integrate into Swedish society. But real quick, did you know 2.9 billion records were stolen from national public data a few months ago? Billion with a B. We're talking names, birthdays, phone numbers, addresses, and most alarmingly, social security numbers. Imagine this, someone gets a hold of your loved one's social security number, they open credit cards, drain your bank account, and they can take out loans, all while destroying you or your loved one's credit score while stealing their identity. And here's the kicker. These hackers didn't just sell the info, they threw it online for anyone to use for free. They hate you. But don't freak out. Today's video sponsor, Aura, is here to help. Aura monitors your bank account, credit card, even your 401k. Plus, Aura's built-in VPN encrypts your online activity so these hackers can't snoop on you online. And their password manager keeps your passwords safe and organized so you're not reusing passwords across multiple sites. And in the event that something does go wrong, Aura has your back with up to $5 million in identity theft insurance. Their US-based 24/7 fraud resolution team is ready to jump in and help you clean up the mess. Go to aura.com/Tyler Oliveira to try it 14 days free. Now, let's go to Rinkeby. Is it actually dangerous?
It is, yes.
Okay. What's going on there?
You have open drug selling on the
Okay.
streets. You have multiple gangs from Rinkeby.
This is where the Swedish gangs are?
To some extent, yeah.
We can talk to some people out here. Excuse me, question for you. Where are you from? Where are you from?
Oj, jag vet inte. Jag är ny.
You from Sweden?
Nej.
Where are you from?
Oj, jag kan inte.
Country?
Jag kan inte svenska prata.
Okay.
Ja.
Okay. We got a shop right here. We're basically in a little Middle Eastern community, it seems like. All right, so rumor has it we're in a no-go zone. Obviously, we've gone. The question is, will we go back home in one piece? Where are they from? Why did they come here? How is life? Let's go find out. How long have you lived in Rinkeby?
For about a year.
Okay. Where are you from originally?
I'm from Syria.
Okay.
But I have lived in Rissne, which is very close to here. So yeah.
Okay, so you're born and raised here in Sweden?
No, I came here in 2015. So
From Syria?
yeah.
So how's your experience been in Sweden as a Syrian?
Well, it was fine. I grew up here, so it feels like natural being from Sweden.
Yeah.
Or, I was young, so
Okay.
I don't really know I didn't have that like tough experience or so. But yeah, it's a nice place actually. Before I moved here, I heard that it was like
the hood, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. But no, I wouldn't say that.
Okay.
I like Rinkeby
Because
actually.
they call it a no-go zone. Is that accurate? I mean, we're
No,
here, right?
Absolutely not.
No?
I go to the gym like at 10 o'clock at night.
Okay.
It's fine. As long as you're not involved in the gangs and so on, you're fine, I would
Okay.
say.
Is this a sort of parallel society, as they call it? Different world within a world sort of thing?
They want it to be like that, actually.
The Swedes?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would say they act like no, we want you to be involved
Okay.
and be a part of the society. But why would you even place people to live here? You placed us in one area, and then they just put all the bad things on us. We're
Okay.
like the scapegoat. Basically, we sell the drugs, they buy them.
Sure.
But if they wouldn't buy, we wouldn't sell.
So let me ask you this. Do people have economic opportunity outside of some of this criminality, like the drug selling, or are young men kind of just like, okay, I guess I'll go sell drugs?
Well, Sweden have a free education. You can become a doctor and you get money from CSN,
Okay.
for example, for studying. I get 4,000 crowns every
going
month.
to become a doctor?
Yeah,
Okay,
every
smart.
month. So it's like $400. You get money to
Paid to
study.
study.
Exactly.
Why are people getting involved in gangs then?
Well, I think that they have a different background. People from like war and things like that.
Sure.
And many kids grow up here with no passion. Schools doesn't have any type of like good education that discipline kids. They don't have that.
Why come to Sweden if the Swedens aren't, let's say, welcoming and
Because, well, our countries,
Yeah.
People are suffering there. As you see now in Gaza,
Yeah.
people are dying, basically.
That makes sense. I guess my question is why Sweden specifically and not maybe a neighboring like UAE or a Middle Eastern country?
I would say because the UAE and so on, they didn't open doors,
Okay.
actually. They are Muslim countries and they are our people somehow,
Sure.
but they didn't open their doors. It was Sweden and Germany.
Where are you from originally?
I am from Palestine.
Palestine.
Yeah.
Okay. How do you like Sweden?
Yeah.
Good. Are they welcoming to refugees?
Yeah. I am drive bus.
You drive bus?
Yeah.
And you've been here for how long?
20 years.
20 years.
Yeah.
Do you plan on staying in Sweden forever?
No, not now. Not this. Not because the new politique. This is a.
The new politics are bad?
This is different.
How so? Bad?
Yeah.
In what ways?
Everything.
How so?
economy.
Immigration?
Yeah,
How they treat you?
not for me.
Okay.
I have Medbori. I have
Okay,
pass.
so you're in.
I'm from Sweden, Serbia, and Peru.
Okay, are you born and raised here in Sweden?
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on Rinkeby?
My thoughts in that sense, I don't know, it's a beautiful place in some senses, but I think every place has its problems.
Okay. What are some of the good things about this place? What are some of the bad things?
I would say like it's very common for people to really get to know each other. It's very family, like we normally accept people from other places. I think many people have bad thoughts about this place, just because it's a place where maybe it's very mixed with the cultures. And I think people normally have the tendency to really give this place a shot, like a really good chance. And I think if people would do that, it would get along with people living here. I think people already have racist thoughts about this place.
I think that we are involved in the society. Many Syrians educate and go to universities and so on. So I'm not saying that the immigrants is very like not doing bad things.
Sure.
They are, and they aren't like following the rules and so on. But the government could do better.
What's one change you'd like to see in the government?
Don't spread propaganda on social media
Okay.
about us immigrants being the people who kill and so on. Because when it's a Swedish man who like commits a rape, they said a man. When it's a black man, they would put his name or something that shows you that he is not from Sweden.
Yeah.
But I don't think that we are committing more crimes than Swedes, because they do commit crimes, but the media doesn't show.
Why are there so many shootings here?
Gang crimes.
Yeah. Why do people, from your understanding or speculation, get involved in gangs out here?
I would say the main reason maybe you cannot pay your bills. I don't think everyone chooses to do these things.
And also,
I'd be like, go on down the road, you fuck.
if you want to support our boots on the ground independent journalism that is not bought and paid for by corporate interests, along with exclusive DLC content that YouTube won't let me upload, and uncensored early access to all my videos before they go up on YouTube, go subscribe at patreon.com/Tyler Oliveira for less than $5 a month. A lot of heterogeneous cultures here. We got kokab, East African products, Thai, sushi. So we're in Rinkeby, and here we are. This is what the famous spot where the wheelchair guy drove into the dude attacking the boom mic operator. So we're noticing, just do a pan here, every walk of life we're seeing. So we got a cool ethnic market here. We got Palestine Cola. This is truly a melting pot we're witnessing. This reminds me of New York in a lot of ways. And last but not least, the Islamic Cultural Center. We're in front of the police station of Rinkeby. Can you tell me some of the problems and difficulties they face building this place?
Yeah, so when they started building this place a couple of years ago, the construction workers got attacked, and they had a really hard time also getting the stuff here because of like roadblocks and stuff. So
Who were they getting attacked by?
like local gangs and gang members.
That didn't want a police station right in the heart of Rinkeby?
Yeah.
For obvious reasons?
Yeah, for obvious reasons, you know. At some point you perhaps also could understand that from a criminal point of view, you know, having a police station like this, also quite big, you could understand that, of course. On this building, you have like fireproof walls from the outside as well, to not like be able to throw Molotov cocktails and such.
Fireproof, bulletproof, drive-proof?
Yeah.
Why?
Because we are in Rinkeby and
this is a fortress we're looking at right here.
So what they also do is they escort police from here and to work. So for example, if you're a local policeman here and you arrest someone here at the center, then you go back here, change uniform, and walk to the subway station
with police guards.
Yeah, exactly.
So the police themselves are afraid of getting attacked after they do their job and arrest people here.
Yeah, and that's why they got that
advice on tagging Stu and never intended to cause any real harm. He also tries to say that this was due to miscommunication behind the scenes, but we watched the entire thing live. I don't really see if there's anything behind the scenes here, because again, everything happened on the live stream. And sure, you could say that he did all this in his persona or character and didn't mean any real harm. But after watching that clip again with that context, I'm not really convinced.
When you run on his, you give him his receipt. Remember what a receipt is. Give him that receipt, don't tag his.
And Raja's father, Rampage, now announced that he believes that Raja should really spend some time in jail after that incident. And as I mentioned earlier, it now looks like that he will. But most likely, it'll probably be prison and not jail. Because as of recording this video, we don't have the official charges yet, but he has been arrested on felony charges. From going off of what we've covered in the story, the odds are very high that those charges are felony battery. And since his injuries definitely qualify for great bodily injury, he's looking at a max sentence of 10 years just for that one charge. And that's if he doesn't get charged with anything else. So this story is just incredibly messy, and it's just a sad display of someone putting their ego before their critical thinking skills. I'm glad that Psycho Stu seems to be doing okay now, even though he has a very long recovery ahead. There will absolutely be updates on the story, maybe even by the time I post this, but I'll do my best to keep you guys updated on the story. So if you're new here, feel free to subscribe, as I'm trying to get to 2 million subscribers, so that would be awesome, guys. Drop a like on this video if you enjoyed it, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace.
A lot of people
This this kick streamer was just This vascular surgeon was just thrown in jail for insurance fraud after it was revealed that his amputations were not due to the sepsis that he claimed, but were actually self-inflicted and fueled by both an interest in amputations and greed. Sometimes I come across stories and I'm like, this can't be real. But unfortunately, it is. Because this man made himself a double amputee, lied about it, then made nearly £500,000 Great British pounds in fraudulent insurance claims after, because even though he told his provider that he had sepsis, it was later revealed that he had frozen his own legs with dry ice until they required